that completely on steroids.
Here we go.
This is the Skip Bayless Show. And this is a monumental day for me. A Cowboys just won the Super Bowl kind of day for me. Now, I'll get to my Cowboys prediction in just a moment, along with my Eagles prediction, and my Aaron Rodgers prediction, and my Caleb Williams prediction, and my Super Bowl prediction. And I'll very quickly get to several of your probing, piercing questions. Even a couple of your skip questions. Bring them on. And I will end today's show with one non-NFL topic because I can't quit watching and talking about Caitlin Clark. Forgive me. And I got a scalding hot question about Caitlin versus Angel Reese. But first up, I welcome you to my kickoff special. The NFL season is about to start, along with my new life. I have never been more excited for a football season and a new beginning. I have waited a long time for this moment. I am finally free. Free to unleash in ways I never have. Free to give you every bit of me without boundaries, or handcuffs, or fear of suspension. I recently left FS1, an exit I'd been planning for several months, because I wanted to do this. I wanted to be my own boss, to bet on myself, to break free from the TV networks I've worked for 35 years. For 35 years, I've been told, don't. Careful. I've tiptoed, sidestepped, pulled punches, protected our quote-unquote network broadcast partners, the leagues whose games my employers televised. Now, no more night before memos saying, no. No more bosses with huge egos and hidden agendas. No more games that have to be played behind closed network doors. Now I'm free to be 1000% me. I've often seen things before others do and said things others won't, but there were always camouflaged limitations and restrictions. No more. Quick example. Had I still been working at FS1, I would have been told, no way can I discuss on air this Tom Brady controversy. In this case, I happen to be on Fox's side. Brady's obviously trying to Bigfoot the network into letting him have his ownership cake and eat it too. Brady is trying to get approved to buy 10% of the Las Vegas Raiders, but if he does, the restrictions the leagues will put on him as a broadcaster will make it very difficult for him to do his analyst job for Fox that's paying him $375 million to do. Let the ownership go for now, Tom. Commit to a network that has committed so much money to you. Quit trying to bully Fox before you've even called your first game. As I've said many times on FS1, Brady is the runaway GOAT, clutchest player ever, far more valuable than Belichick ever was. But on Brady's Netflix roast, he became the smiling assassin. He set up and he bullied poor Belichick with a scathing rebuke that ended the night. I say what I see, and now I will do that completely on steroids. If Brady goes plain vanilla as an analyst, aw shucks, gee whiz. If Brady refuses to criticize a quarterback who obviously deserves it, I will say he's turning into the Daniel Jones of commentators. Now I can be your conscience without my conscience eating at me. Now I'm free to write the books I've always wanted to write, including one about the wild ride I just had through 20 years of doing daily national TV shows. Now I'm free to shop a controversial screenplay I've written that a network employer would not love, trust me. Now I'm free to develop all sorts of other digital shows you will hear about in the very near future. I had memorable runs at ESPN and at Fox, but Now I have a great new team around me. And am I ever about to unleash on this show, on X, on Threads, on Instagram, on YouTube, in videos I will post regularly on all platforms. Buckle up. Here we go. I begin by unleashing on my Dallas Cowboys. Let's start with a question from Callan from Concord, Massachusetts. How many times are you going to fall in and out of love with your Cowboys this year? 17 times? Callan, it's funny you use number 17, which happens to be the number of my new, very weirdly and sadly, favorite Dallas Cowboy. Callan, do you remember my final reaction to what happened last year to my Dallas Cowboys in their home playoff game? Do you remember me throwing every last piece of my Cowboy garb, my hats, my jerseys, into my trash can? Whoom, whoom, whoom. Was I ever hot when that game ended? I didn't miss a single throw, and that's a pretty small trash can I was throwing into. Whoom, whoom, whoom. All those hats, all those jerseys stayed in my trash can, and out they went from my house. My Cowboys were down 27-0 before halftime of a home playoff game as the 2 seed versus the 7 seed. That was just so very wrong. Now here's the painful irony. I hold in my hat, if you can see this, the one new piece of Cowboy garb that I have. I just ordered it, just received it. I like this hat actually a lot. Maybe it'll bring me a little bit of luck this year, who knows. But the painful irony is, I only wanted one new jersey this year. I didn't pull any strings. I try to keep an arm's length from the Dallas Cowboys. I probably could have gotten a free jersey. But I ordered it off NFL.com like everybody else would. And guess what I was apprised of? The Brandon Aubrey jersey I wanted was sold out. I have to wait for my Brandon Aubrey jersey, which I'd planned to wear for this show today, to welcome in a new Cowboy season. And yet think of the painful irony. It has come to this for me. My new favorite Cowboy is a kicker. I hate kickers and I hate kicking. I don't hate kickers. I just don't trust them because they go south in a split second and you can't get them back. I hate kicking. It's such a silly gimmick that has way too much impact on the scoreboard of NFL games. And it has come to this. I tried and failed to buy a Brandon Aubrey jersey, a number 17. So, Callan, you're right. I've had 17 second thoughts about making this prediction, but I slept on it, and I'm sticking with it. The Dallas Cowboys I picked just 1 year ago to get to the Super Bowl are about to go 8-9 and miss the playoffs. Miss the entire freaking playoffs. Yep, I'm talking about the same team, the same Dallas Cowboys that I saw that 2 ESPN analysts picked to win this year's Super Bowl. The same team that I saw 2 USA Today national experts pick to at least get to this year's NFC Championship game for the first time in almost 30 years. The same team whose quarterback in 2 Madden simulations was projected to be this year's MVP of the NFL. That same team, I'm saying 8-9, miss the playoffs. You know why? Because the same team I have lived and died with since I was 10 years old is being ridiculously overrated. Isn't it always that way with the Dallas Cowboys? Overrated by lovers and haters. Always too feared, too overrated, too overhyped. Meanwhile, the team I've hated since I was 5 years old is being dangerously underrated. I'm talking about those stinking Philadelphia Eagles. The Eagles obviously won free agency. I think they won the draft. While my Cowboys spent the least money of any team in all of free agency. I despise my Cowboy draft the day or two after. I'm starting to warm up to it. It's starting to grow on me just a little bit. I'll get to that in a moment. But have we all forgotten how Jerry Jones was all in on fixing what I believe was the single worst home playoff loss in NFL history, the single most humiliating, most embarrassing under the circumstances playoff loss at home for any team in NFL history was what happened to my Cowboys. I dare you to tell me I'm wrong about that. Find me a worse one than that. We were down 48-16 early in the fourth quarter at home against the youngest team in the playoffs. Did all-in Jerry fire his coach? No, I'm still stuck with Mike McQuandary, as I call Mike McCarthy. Did Jerry dramatically upgrade this roster? No. We lost far more than we added, and that includes now last year's revelation, Deron Bland, injured, gone. Really? Look, if my team had lost, let's say, at San Francisco in the NFC Championship game on a walk-off field goal, I'd be fine. Let's run it back. Let's stand pat. Let's see what we got. But we got a little worse. Well, the Philadelphia freaking Eagles got way, way, way better. And I remind you, they came off a Super Bowl last year and started 10-1. I've said this before and I'm going to say it again. I think it's time for Jerry to step aside in favor of his Kamala, his son Stephen Jones. It's time, Jerry. You know it and I know it. Jerry, you've given me only one baller, and I did handsprings the night that CeeDee Lamb from the school that I grew up loving and rooting for, the University of Oklahoma, fell all the way down into your lap, Jerry. I got one baller, CeeDee Lamb, and finally, took forever. Finally, you got him signed. As inevitably you would, you should have done it way sooner. And of course, CeeDee Lamb missed all of training camp, and now he won't be quite ready for game one, which just happens to be at Cleveland against the best defense in the National Football League, Myles Garrett's defense, the reigning Defensive Player of the Year. Would you believe that 5 of our first 7 games are against playoff teams from last year? That scares me. Would you believe that Micah Parsons is now being touted once again, here we go again, as this year's Defensive Player of the Year? I've heard it for 2 straight years. This will be the 3rd. Micah, Defensive Player of the Year. Stop it. Myles Garrett is in another league from Micah Parsons. You want to talk about overhyped and overrated? Micah always gets off to a fast start, and then he fades and fades and fades into oblivion down the stretch. Against Green Bay, home playoff game, Micah Parsons, that everybody's picking to be this year's Defensive Player of the Year, had his worst combined stats of his entire Cowboy career. Overrated. Okay, so I'll be that bad guy from the movie Taken. Good luck.
I'm still his agent,
Liam
trying to
Neeson
get
is
him
not
to
going to
Chelsea.
save this year's Dallas
So I've got
Cowboys.
20% of that deal. Let's hope it works out.
Do you remember what
I think he loves the
CeeDee's
club. He
mom
wants to come to the
posted
club.
after that
I'm still
playoff
pushing, sending
nightmare?
messages and trying to make
Dak
sure that, you know, he
isn't
doesn't
it.
expect too much.
He's
Just
not
narrow
it.
your mind.
I've been saying
to
this.
one
Tell
club,
me
the Blues.
I'm wrong.
I think one thing we lack, anybody who watched
I don't care
the
that he
final
was
on
second
Sunday will
last year in
see that
MVP, and I don't
one
know
thing
how
we
he
are
was,
lacking
because
is
do you
scoring
remember
goals.
Dak at
We need
Arizona? Do you remember
that
him?
striker who will score goals.
in that
And that's what Victor
42
will
to
give you.
10
He's not the
thing
most
at San Francisco
skillful
on a
guy.
Sunday night. Do you
But
remember
goals
him at Buffalo? Do
definitely
you
guaranteed.
remember
I mean,
him in
if-
the first
if he
half
could get
against
us
Green Bay in
24
the home
per season,
playoff
25,
loss?
Who knows?
Do you
That's
remember
what Erling
Dak
Haaland does.
Prescott?
That's why he's one of the best. He's not
In
really
his last
there for
3
link-ups and all that.
playoff
Get the ball
losses,
in the
he
box
has
and
been
he will
a
finish.
nightmare
And that's
and a
something
nightmare
that,
and another
definitely
nightmare.
Victor Osimhen will give us. So let's hope
is
it works
America's
out
team.
and he comes
These
to,
are the
to
Dallas
Chelsea
Cowboys.
and become a legend. I'm still his
Don
agent,
Meredith,
trying to get him to
Roger
Chelsea.
Staubach, Troy
So I've
Aikman.
got 20% of that
Come on,
deal. Let's
Jerry.
hope it works out. Think he loves the club. He
Truly,
wants to come
Jerry's
to the
only
club.
done one good thing,
I'm
and it's
still
what he
pushing,
hasn't
sending
done. At
messages
least he
and
didn't
trying to
give
make
Dak
sure that,
some
he
big
doesn't
5-year
expect too much.
extension for
Just
the
narrow
most
your
quarterback
mind.
money in the
one
history
club,
of
the Blues.
pro football.
I think one thing we lack,
In fact,
anybody who watched the
got
final
so bad in the
Sunday will
offseason,
see
I
that
started to think,
one thing we are lacking is scoring
is it
goals.
possible
We need that striker who will
sneaky
I'm
old
still his agent,
Jerry
and
is
that's why we get him.
sabotaging
He's
Dak
not
this
the
year?
most
I mean, come on,
skillful
we
guy.
brought back
But goals,
Ezekiel
definitely
Elliott at age 29 on his last legs, which looked like often no legs in New England last year. He's our bell cow. He's our plow horse running back. Really? Wait, we're going to start 2 rookies in the offensive line to protect Dak Prescott? I saw flashes from Tyler Guyton. I watched him a lot at Oklahoma. But in the preseason, I saw some flashes. He's going to be very good in time. Connor Beebe, I always liked him at Kansas State. I saw some flashes in the preseason. He's going to be pretty good in time. But 2 rookies starting your opener against that defense up in Cleveland? Seriously? Look, I like Jake Ferguson, but he's not Dallas Goedert. I kind of like my defense. It'll be pretty good, but it will not be able to stop the run. And that defense is going to carry this team to the Super Bowl? Are you kidding me? Stop it. I like my kick returner. I like Kevontae Turpin. He can be explosive. He can be electric. And finally, Callan, I love my kicker. It has come to this for my Dallas Cowboys. I love my kicker. I want my 17 jersey. Please, NFL.com. Please make another one and send it to me ASAP. Now on to the Eagles. The biggest reason the Eagles lost 6 of their last 7 games was that the quarterback was feuding with his best receiver, A.J. Brown, and the quarterback was clashing with his coach, Nick Sirianni. Simple as that, and I am told both have been fixed. Which leads me to my next question. This is from Jacob Marshall. Will Jalen Hurts be MVP? Jacob, I'm going to give that a big YES. I believe that Kellen Moore, once a Cowboy, once the Cowboy coordinator, will change Jalen Hurts' life. He really didn't have a coordinator last year. He's got one now. He's got Saquon at his fingertips. He's got Jahan Dotson as his 3rd receiver. Jalen Hurts will be protected by the best offensive line in the land and all the NFL. And the defense will have its fire relit by Vic Fangio, who's long been a Cowboy killer. And he's got Bryce Huff. He eventually will have Devin White. I love Devin White. He'll definitely have C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Everywhere C.J. Gardner-Johnson goes, winning follows, and he's back in Philadelphia. And all the Eagles did was draft the 2 best corners in the draft, both of them. And they will contribute at corner and sometimes at safety in nickel packages. Good luck. I got the Eagles going 15-2 and running away with the NFC East. Running away with the NFC East. Next question. This is from Tristan Evans. Why does everyone act like Brock Purdy isn't elite? I bet you would rather have him than Dak. Tristan, you are so right. I definitely would take Brock Purdy over Dak Prescott in a heartbeat. And your team definitely will win the NFC West. Next question. This is from Chris Damrow. How bad do you wish Jordan Love was the quarterback of the Cowboys? Chris, I'm starting to call him Michael Jordan Love. That's how good he was over the last 8 games. That's how good he was against my Cowboys. Heck, that's how good he was at San Francisco in the playoff loss. I got the Packers winning that division, holding off the Lions and the Bears to win the North. Next question. This is from Jim Barbuto. What does your gut tell you about 2024 Baker Mayfield? Jim, my gut tells me Baker will make less than half the money that Kirk Cousins will, and he will be twice as valuable as Kirk Cousins will be in Atlanta. I love what Baker did down the stretch last year. I love his leadership. I love his charisma. I love his key play making. I know that Todd Bowles' defense lost some key pieces, but it did not lose Todd Bowles. I got the Bucs winning the South over the Falcons again. Now, NFC wildcards. I got the Rams, and by the way, Blake Corum will have at least the rookie impact that Puka had last year for the Rams. Other wildcards, I got the Lions, and I got the Chicago Bears. I got a trifecta of North playoff teams. Caleb Williams has it. His it factor manifested itself when he was blessed to sort of fall up into the best team any number 1 overall pick has ever fallen into or up into. Caleb Williams will capitalize on the talent around him. He is the realest of deals. He is a gifted playmaker, never afraid of the biggest moments or the best defenses. Now on to the AFC. On to the next question. This is Samir who asks, why do you hate Mahomes? Are you scared of the potential he has to pass Brady? I've never seen any valid point to why you take other quarterbacks like Burrow over Mahomes. Okay, Samir, you asked for it. You got it. Let's quickly look at Mahomes' Super Bowl performances, shall we? In his first Super Bowl, I remind you, Kansas City down 20-10 late third quarter. Patrick Mahomes threw a horrible interception. Still down 20-10 early fourth quarter. Patrick Mahomes threw an even worse interception. Down 20-10, facing 3rd and 15. Patrick Mahomes basically closed his eyes and heaved up a punt into the flat toward Tyreek. A punt that hung in the air so long that Tyreek basically had to reverse field, come back, wave his arm, and fair catch it. A punt against a defense that my man Richard Sherman said was a totally blown coverage by his, at that time, 49ers. Was Patrick Mahomes ever lucky his opponent in the fourth quarter was Jimmy Garoppolo, who completely unraveled in the fourth quarter? It got ugly for the 49er offense, or Mahomes never would have survived that Super Bowl. Then in the Brady Super Bowl, Patrick and company lost 31-9. Think about this. No touchdowns, 2 interceptions, QBR scale of 0 to 100 of only 42 by Patrick Mahomes, losing to Tom Brady. Third Super Bowl, Jalen Hurts gave Kansas City a second quarter touchdown. And then Kansas City's Kadarius Toney gave Patrick Mahomes a 65-yard punt return in the middle of the fourth quarter that set them up at the 5-yard line. Patrick Mahomes in that third Super Bowl threw for a grand total of 182 yards against a defense that on Christmas Eve, even my guy Dak had torched for 387. 182 to 387. Fourth Super Bowl, the last one, last year's. Okay, Patrick had a QBR of 76 in that game. Not bad. But I remind you, Joe Burrow during the season played the best quarterback game any quarterback played the whole season with a QBR of 90 as he picked that same San Francisco defense to pieces at San Francisco. And Samir, you're telling me I have no valid points? Seriously? But I will give you this. Kansas City will win the West fairly easily. Now, on to the AFC North. I say Lamar's team this year will be better than Joe Burrow's team. So I'm going Ravens just because they added that big stud at running back. Derrick Henry, who lives in Dallas, Texas, wanted to play for the Dallas Cowboys, but they apparently had no interest in Derrick Henry, who will change this year's life for the Baltimore Ravens. Ravens win the North. In the South, hard to pick against CJ's Texans, but the Colts will make them sweat. Now, another question. This is from Chris Bianco. Thoughts on Aaron Rodgers still being an quote-unquote elite quarterback? Also, tell us something you like about him. Well, I'll tell you this. I do love the flair with which Aaron Rodgers wrist flicks fancy passes. I will give you that. But Chris, I got Josh Allen having a better season than Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers' team is much better than Buffalo's, but Buffalo will have the better quarterback and by far the better coach. I got the Bills winning the East over 41-year-old Aaron Rodgers, who no longer will have the stomach for the punishment that you just have to take at quarterback. Aaron Rodgers has the most pressure on him of any player in the league, by far the most. Aaron at 41 in New York. He and his coach will crumble under said pressure. AFC wildcards. I got the Bengals. I got the Browns. I got a shot in the dark. Speaking of dark horses, I got the LA Chargers making the playoffs. I believe in Jim Harbaugh and what he'll do for Justin Herbert. I don't love the Chargers on paper. I just love Jim Harbaugh and the talent of Justin Herbert, untapped until now. Back to the NFC. This time, Michael Jordan Love upsets the Niners at San Francisco in the divisional round. So I got Packers at Eagles in the NFC Championship game. And Jalen Hurts, regular season MVP, returns to the Super Bowl. In the AFC, Joe Burrow again beats Mahomes in his house in a divisional playoff game. Sorry, Samir. Sorry, Swifties. No historic three-peat for the Chiefs. So I got Bengals at Ravens in the AFC Championship game, and Lamar rights last year's wrong. I still haven't gotten over it. Lamar Jackson finally plays in a Super Bowl as I predicted he would last year. I'm going same song, second verse, and this time I will be right because Lamar will finally be very right. But you have no idea how painful this is for me to admit live publicly. I've got the no good, low down, stinking Philadelphia Eagles beating Baltimore in the Super Bowl 30-28. That hurts, as in Jalen Hurts, as in Super Bowl MVP. This season will belong to Jalen Hurts. You heard it here first. I hate the Eagles uniforms. They make me nauseous to look at them. I hate the Eagles fans, always have. But I admit I'm green with envy. The Eagles are just that good. Howie Roseman, Executive of the Year, is just that much better than Jerry Jones, my owner and operator. Now, I tack on one PS. You probably know I do believe in jinxes, so maybe, deep down, way to the bottom of my psyche, just maybe, I'm trying to jinx the Eagles the way I always jinx my Cowboys. But I don't think so, not this time. I can't tell you how much I hope I'm wrong about this prediction. I will be rooting like mad for my Dallas Cowboys. But this year, the Eagles are just too stinking good. Now we change gears. Another question. This one from Brittany LaCroix. I mentioned it earlier. Brittany says, saying Angel Reese is better than Caitlin Clark is saying Rodman was better than Michael Jordan, or Ben Wallace was better than Kobe, or even Andre Drummond was better than LeBron. And I shouldn't have to point out that Angel Reese is actually a poor defender. Brittany, I give it up to you. This is a very smart and very gutsy opinion. But please, let's not put Andre Drummond in Rodman's or Ben Wallace's stratosphere. No, please, not that. And just for the record, Caitlin isn't much of a defender either. Though she can and she will steal the basketball. She's 15th in the WNBA in steals. Pretty good. But I will admit it, Brittany, for the first half, maybe even 2/3 of the year, I had Angel over Caitlin for WNBA Rookie of the Year because of Angel's extraordinary double-double streak and because of Angel's Rodman-esque rebounding. Never seen anything quite like it. She has run away with the WNBA rebounding lead, crushed the field in rebounding. Meanwhile, Caitlin, 2/3 of the way through the year, it was clear she was on an all-time record turnover pace, the likes of which I have never witnessed. It's almost like she was trying to turn the basketball over. And for 2/3 of the year, Caitlin's three-point shooting ranked near the bottom of the league in percentage. Yet, you're right. The truth is, Angel's a poor shooter of the basketball. I don't know any other way to say it. She's just a poor shooter. She's now 38% from the floor, not from three. She's 2 of 12 from three. That's 17%. I'm talking about 38% on common shots from the field. 38%. That ranks 51st of 56 qualified players. And just for the record, Angel's team has now fallen to 11-22, so she isn't having nearly the impact that Caitlin is having on her team. Caitlin Clark is running away with the WNBA assists lead. She's 25 better than anybody else in the league. It's pretty extraordinary for a rookie. Caitlin Clark, in a shock to me, has proven already to be a once-a-generation passer. I did not see that coming at Iowa. I thought scoring, yes, she's the all-time greatest scorer in the history of college basketball, men's or women's, but passing like this? I'm talking about gifted LeBron-esque bounce passing. I'm talking about gifted LeBron-esque two-handed, full court, touchdown pass kind of passing, the likes of which I don't see in the WNBA. She's having impact on her team that nobody else in the league is having on her team. This is a team that went 13-27 last year. And suddenly, the Indiana Fever are the hottest team by far in the league. in the league. I've got the fever. I can't help it. I can't stop watching. I can't stop talking about the impact Caitlin Clark is having on game after game after game. She takes over. She maestros. She controls game after game after game with her passing and her carefully chosen spots to score. I still get frustrated because she won't shoot enough in fourth quarters because she defers to her vets. She's got horrendous pressure on her not to be a diva, not to look like she's trying to be something more than she should be as a rookie. I appreciate that. But Caitlin, you're really not a rookie anymore. Just shoot it in the fourth quarter. You're that good. You've proven to be that great. Her three-point shooting has heated up, and nobody in the league can flick logo threes as effortlessly as Caitlin can. I'm sorry. It's gotten to the point where Rookie of the Year is over 2-3 weeks ago. All of a sudden, Caitlin Clark is starting to push Asia Wilson for MVP of this league, and I am not exaggerating. She is starting to push Asia as the best player in the league because I don't see anybody control a game the way Caitlin can. So, Brittany, there is much truth in your very fiery words, and I do appreciate them. Finally, this is from Brent DiArcangelo, who asks, if you could restart your career, would you do anything differently? Appreciate that question, Brent. The answer is not one single thing. If you look hard at my career, every big decision I made, every fork in the road I came to, I always chose the more difficult and dangerous fork, and it always worked out. When I was a rising star writer at the Los Angeles Times, I took the job at the Dallas Morning News at age 26 to be their lead columnist and go up against day after day the Dallas and the Texas legend that was Blackie Sherrod. And so many people told me, don't take this job. You will fail miserably. Blackie will run you out of town. When I took the job on a failing show in 2004 called Cold Pizza, everybody told me, don't. It might not last 3 more months. It's such a bad show. It's got no hope, no chance. 2016, when I left Stephen A. and ESPN, everybody told me, don't do this. FS1, die a quick death. It's not for long. Don't do it. You got no shot. So here I sit, and now I cannot tell you how excited I am to take on this new challenge. Here I go. I'll see you next week.
So you're like a super techie spokesman for Best Buy.
Spokes hologram.
More than that, but
Spokes hologram. Spokes hologram. Spokes hologram?
let me know when you're ready to talk some tech.
Spokes hologram.
That's just an accent.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to Move the Sticks. DJ Buck with you. Buck, what is going on? How you doing, man?
Nothing. DJ is here. I mean, the weekend is here. We're ready. We're ready to watch all these games, to get excited about who is going to jump out the gate. We've talked about it throughout the summer. how the Kansas City Chiefs have really been a team that has jumped out and has really positioned them well to make runs at Super Bowls over the last 5 years. Which teams are going to start out fast? Because if you get to the quarter pole 3-1, 4-0, it really sets you up not only to make the playoffs, but to get one of the top seeds in the conference.
Yeah, this is the episode today. This is what we're doing. We are looking at week 1. So we're going to go through every game in week 1. I am so fired up. You are, where you at, Miami? Is that where the Jags are this week, right?
Yeah, Jags down in Miami to be a hot one. You're dealing with a fast team, a team that operates like a track team. So very, very quickly, the Jaguars get a true assessment of who they are and what they are in the AFC.
Yeah, I'm going to be home for the Chargers taking on the Raiders, division rivals. Think about that was really the end of the previous regime, was that Thursday night game in Vegas where the Chargers got the doors blown off by the Raiders. The Raiders finished up strong last year on Antonio Pierce. He gets hired on full time. The Jim Harbaugh era is kicked off. So we're going to get into those two games in a little bit. But this is what we're doing. We're going to find one storyline. Our favorite storyline as scouts that we're looking forward to seeing in every single game. And we're going to start off, first of all, we've got a Thursday and a Friday this week, which is awesome. Again, doesn't get any better. Ravens, Chiefs, right out the chute. Buck, what are you looking forward to in that game?
Look at the battle of the MVPs. And I'm looking to see how Lamar Jackson handles the challenge of dealing with the Kansas City Chiefs. 1-4 in his career against the Kansas City Chiefs. Pat Mahomes and company have really owned the Baltimore Ravens. And the Baltimore Ravens have the challenge of breaking a new defensive coordinator while dealing with the guy who knows how to get it done at the highest level in Pat Mahomes. That puts a lot of pressure on Lamar Jackson to not only match what Pat Mahomes does, but I think he has to outplay Pat Mahomes. And when I look at this Ravens offense and I look at how they're constructed, I don't know if they're constructed for Lamar Jackson to get into a shootout with Pat Mahomes. So a lot of pressure on number 8, but even more pressure on maybe defense coordinator Zach Ward to keep the score down so Lamar Jackson can do his thing on offense.
I'm looking forward to two things in this game. So I'm going to cheat. I'm going to give you two. I'm going to say air yards for the Chiefs. I mean, this was an offense that didn't look familiar last year. I mean, Patrick Mahomes was throwing underneath more than any other quarterback in the NFL. I mean, it was just get the ball out of your hands. They're going to play with too high looks and try and take away explosives. And we don't really have the explosive weapons that we're accustomed to. So they played small ball. And I think they've done some things in the offseason to add some explosive, dynamic players. Can they push the ball down the field a little bit more than they did last year? So that's one thing on the Chiefs side of things. I'm not worried about their defense. The defense is going to be outstanding. For the Ravens, Buck, we said this early on in when we were doing these roster previews over the summer, and I believe DaCosta, I think Eric DaCosta mentioned this the other day. Someone with the Ravens, I think it was Eric, said he thought they could be the best 12 personnel team in the league. And that's something that we advocated for. Said, look, you get your best guys out there, and that includes Isaiah Likely to go along with Mark Andrews. How do they creatively use those guys? Think about what that offense looked like early for Lamar Jackson when he came into the league. They had tight ends, and they could go with a lot of different packages because of that room. I think their tight end room is going to be what kind of drives this offense. So I'm excited to see what that looks like.
Yeah, it's a tough group to match up with. Isaiah Likely has star potential. You put him and Mark Andrews on the field, you are able to balance it up. You're able to kind of, I would say, tilt the coverage at a few different ways in terms of being able to go that tight end wing formation or some of the other things that you can do. But it should be a set that the Baltimore Ravens live out of. And so when you think about that combination and adding Derrick Henry behind them, it's a unique offense that you have to defend. But a lot of it will be predicated on how number 8 plays.
No question. Friday, Packers-Eagles. What's your favorite thing for that game?
Which version of the Eagles will show up? And the reason why I say which version is because this team is loaded. This team is super talented. We've seen this team play at a high level. In fact, last year they jumped out to a 10-1 start before falling apart. I feel like they upgraded both areas at offensive coordinator. Kellen Moore coming over to, I would say, completely overhaul the way that they were doing things offensively. Then defensively, Vic Fangio adding some sage wisdom to that side of the ball. I just want to see how it all meshes and marries with Nick Sirianni's approach, because if they kind of play to their talent, man, this team should be one of the heavyweights in the league.
It's weird to say you need buy-in from the fans, but that's one of those kind of different fan bases, different cities, different temperature there. So in other words, you say, you got to have some success early, get buy-in from the players. I'm like, I think the players they've been in that division. They've seen what Kellen Moore run offenses have done to them. So they know how good he is. And I think everybody in the building knows how good Kellen is. But I think it'll be good for the fan base to just go out there, have a good showing. Like, okay, this fits, this works, this is going to cure some of our ills here. I would say the thing I'm looking forward to on the other side is the Packers. Does a pecking order emerge from the wideouts? They've got all these young wideouts, and they're very talented, and they've spread the ball around. But eventually, Buck, I'm a believer that eventually there's an alpha that emerges. You know, it's nice to say, oh, we've got 4 or 5 number ones. We've got all these different guys we can spread the ball around to, and it's a communist passing game, right? Everybody's treated equally here. But I believe that eventually somebody emerges out of that pack. Who's that going to be? I'm curious to see who that is.
Yeah, no, it's funny. And it's not only who emerges as the number one receiver. I'm curious to see if Jordan Love can pick up where he left off. A lot of the enthusiasm and optimism around Jordan Love is due to, I would say, a stretch from week 11 through the wild card round where he was sensational. 18 touchdowns, only 1 interception, really put the team on his back. But you know how it is, DJ. To go from good to great in this league is about consistent, high-level performance. Can he deliver those things? Because if he can, then Green Bay Packers kind of creep into that conversation as a Super Bowl contender.
Yeah, I think they're right there. They're right on the doorstep of being in that conversation. How about the symmetry here? I didn't even think about this, but Steelers-Falcons. Look at Russell Wilson and Kirk Cousins. They're in the same draft, drafted in a similar location in the draft. You had both coming out of the Big Ten. They're both on their third team. They're both trying to win over new teammates while there's another quarterback in the building that at least some in the fan base are excited to see. There's a lot of symmetry there between the Steelers and the Falcons.
Yeah, 100%. There are a lot of people that are excited to see QB2s as opposed to QB1. But for both teams, it may be in their best interest to hope that QB1 gets off to a fast start because a lot of their Super Bowl hopes hinge on their performances. I'm going to take the Steelers side when I look at it, and Russell Wilson. What's interesting is Russell Wilson being named captain. Despite the quarterback battle, despite the competition that they were supposedly having, the Steelers thought enough of Russell Wilson to name him the captain. And so having the C on his chest, being able to lead this team, I'm still a believer that this is really important for Russell, not only to continue his career, but to maybe cement his legacy as one of the best players to play the game at that position. Because if he wins in Pittsburgh and has enough success, it then opens the door for him to maybe get back to that gold jacket status that he appeared to be trending towards when he's with the Seattle Seahawks in his prime.
Yeah, that C on his uniform, Buck, stands for cushion. Because if you thought there was gonna be a quick hook, when you throw the C on your chest, that means we're going to give him a little time to get adjusted and figure this thing out. That's what that tells me. If it was really neck and neck and it was a last second, Russ won that job by a nose, I don't think you name him the captain thinking that there could be a hook coming soon.
No, I don't think there's any way because you really kind of compromise his leadership potential if you have a quick hook with him. For Russell, I think this is a situation where you want to give him every opportunity to kind of play his way into being the franchise quarterback that you thought you were getting when you brought him over from the Denver Broncos. I still believe he's a good player. I think this offense is not going to be what many expect. They want to see it fly all over the yard. I think Russell being inserted at quarterback is about helping this team play winning football from a managerial standpoint, not from a playmaking perspective. Hopefully he still can give you that in the fourth quarter, but it still should be defense, running game, timely playmaking. If all those things line up, it should be W's for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Man, let's free Bijan. Let's get Bijan going here if you're the Atlanta Falcons, and that means all areas of the field. That means the passing game, everything. Utilize him. Cardinals, Bills. I'll run first here, and look, I'll be honest with you. I'm going to keep this at the quarterbacks. I'm really looking forward to seeing both these guys. I'm looking forward to seeing Josh Allen, a Stephon Diggs-less offense. What does that look like? I think you'll see Josh Allen. He'll elevate. I think he will. I think he'll elevate. And he'll elevate those around him. Excited to see what he looks like, and then I'm fired up to see Kyler Murray not only back out there on the field healthy. Like back to the explosive, dynamic Kyler Murray to go along with Marvin Harrison Jr. I think this Cardinals team's a fun team, man. I think I might even have picked the Cardinals in the upset in this game. I'm curious to see this team. I think they're going to be fun, man.
They have a lot of potential, and there should be a lot of excitement about this team. Remember, Kyler Murray, most of the time when people have ACL injuries, it takes that second year before they return back to normal. We should see the version of Kyler Murray that we saw early in his career. If he is that player, and you think about Marvin Harrison Jr., Mike Wilson, what they have on the perimeter, this offense could surprise. And defensively, Jonathan Gannon has just done a really good job of getting this team to play hard. You expect them to take more steps with more pieces on their front line.
Titans, Bears.
I mean, it's all about the Caleb Williams show, right? Like, how do you get the young quarterback up and going? How are you able to balance wanting to kind of show off your talented QB1 while also playing the game the right way to put yourself in a position to win behind a defense that should be good? Just see if Caleb Williams can kind of settle in as a managerial type. We know the playmaking ability is there, but the guys that win games in this league are the ones that really excel at the boring stuff. Can Caleb Williams become boring and managerial in his approach as opposed to being the gunslinger / playmaker that he's always been?
And I'll just say, look, Jeffrey Simmons, a dynamic player. That is a weak spot of the Bears' interior offensive line. He's capable of wrecking shop. He's a one-man band over there, and he can disrupt things a little bit. So that would be the key, I think, to keep an eye on that one. Patriots, Bengals. Let's see what happens as we're recording this. We don't have the final answer on Jamar Chase. Maybe that's changed by the time you're listening to this, but that's a very big storyline. And then the Patriots. I mean, how long are you going to be able to keep Drake May on the sideline? Jacoby Brissett, here's your opening act.
Yeah, I mean, so many storylines in this one. The Jamar Chase one is interesting. I've never seen a hold in or whatever this is with 2 years remaining on the deal. This is one where he doesn't have any leverage. The fact that the Bengals are even entertaining contract extensions with him not participating in practice, to me, is baffling. If they have to play without him, it puts a lot of pressure on Jermaine Burton to be ready to go as a day one playmaker. Not a day one starter, but a day one playmaker that you're counting on. T. Higgins is really good. I don't know if he can hold down the fort by himself. He's going to need a compliment. So that, to me, puts Jermaine Burton in a situation where he could wear the big sombrero going into the game.
Texans, Colts, Buck.
I mean, look, we've heard so much about it. To me, it's the battle of the young quarterbacks, C.J. Stroud versus Anthony Richardson. All the things that we talk about Stroud is next level stuff. Can he be a top 5 player? Can he be the next guy to challenge Pat Mahomes to be the face of the league as QB1? On the other side, though, Anthony Richardson, I mean, the hype bunny, 4 games he played. But yet the expectation is that he could be someone that emerges as a dark horse MVP candidate. That is a lot on a second-year player. It's a lot on a second-year coach and Shane Steichen to make all of this happen with a limited amount of experience that you have before building this offense around him.
2 guys. Tank Dell, I think he's got superstar potential. What does he look like here? Back healthy. He was awesome last year when he was out there with Stroud. And then Latu, your favorite player in the draft last year. So I stole some of your thunder there from the Colts. Edge rusher from UCLA. Not an easy tackle to go up against in that one. So we'll see how he looks in his NFL debut. Your game, Jags, Dolphins, Buck.
How do the Jaguars deal with the speed of Miami? We can talk about the creativity and all those things, but ultimately it comes down to matchups and dudes versus dudes. When I look at the Dolphins offense, man, they have some dudes, some doozies. The Jaguars get a break because OBJ won't be cleared and available to play. He's out those first 4 games, but Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill, Raheem Mostert, Jalen Wright, Devin A-Chain. You talk about a track meet that is going to test your explosiveness from top to bottom in the roster construction. Tough matchup for the Jags right out the gate.
I'm looking at your Jags edge rushers to see what that looks like. To me, Walker, can he take the next step? All the ability in the world. I thought you saw him get better last year. Does he continue to move forward there? Look, Josh, is it Josh Hines Allen or Josh Allen Hines? I got to get that straight now.
Hines Allen. Josh Hines Allen.
Hines Allen. Okay. Josh Hines-Allen. Again, those two pairing up, what does that look like? That has the potential to be a really, really good pairing as those guys continue to learn and grow as young, very, very talented players. Buck, if you're young and you wore something, you wore something new and you went to a party or get together and you got a lot of compliments. Maybe it's a new jacket, a new shirt, new hat. Got a lot of compliments. You know what you like to do is you like to say, the next one I go to, I got to have something else new because I like those compliments. Remember last year, the first 4 games, all we talked about was the new motion that they were using with Tyreek Hill.
Yeah.
I'm thinking Mike McDaniel's got a new motion. I don't have any intel on that. I just feel like he got so much love and praise for the creativity and bringing something new. Gotta come with something new. Like, what do we got here? And you might be the guinea pig here with the Jags to see what he's going to dust off that he hasn't shown at all in the preseason. So I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of creative wizardry he throws our way here in that ball game. Panthers, Saints.
This is, man, DJ, this is one where you want to see if Bryce Young can bounce back. I want to see what Drew Canales can do to get Bryce Young to play really well. Drew Canales got a lot of credit for the work that he did with Baker Mayfield. His first season as an offense coordinator, people give him credit for helping clear the clutter in Geno Smith's brain when he had that breakout season up in Seattle and Canales was the quarterback coach. How does he unlock the talents of Bryce Young? Bryce Young, #1 overall pick. There's expectations that come along with that. How quickly can Dave Canales get Bryce Young to play at the level that many expect when you're #1 overall?
Yeah, I just would say ditto. I think that is the #1 storyline in that game. And I don't want to put too much on week 1, but man, it's just got to be better. It's got to look better than it did last year. Provide a little bit of hope for that organization. And, if not, that would be really, really demoralizing. So whatever you've got, don't save anything. Unload the bucket here in the first game. Whatever you got to do to pump some confidence into not only Bryce, but into this team and into this city that desperately needs it. All right, let's take a quick break. We come back. We'll run through the rest of these games right after this. Vikings, Giants. Kind of a sneaky, interesting game, Buck.
Yeah, sneaky interesting because to me, this is Sam Darnold 3.0. This is the chance that everyone has been, if you're a Sam Darnold fan, you've been waiting for him to link up with an offensive mind as creative and as aggressive as Kevin O'Connell. Now that we are here, how does Kevin O'Connell get Sam Darnold going? The weapons on the perimeter are outstanding. Probably the best set of playmakers that he has on the perimeter. You think about that. You think about what they can do with Aaron Jones. The offensive line is solid. To me, this should be a chance for us to finally see Sam Darnold for who he is and who he can be at this level. So I'm excited to see his debut.
Now, a lot of unproven pass rush for the Vikings, especially Danielle Hunter's gone, right? Let's see what the pass rush looks like. It would seem to be a favorable, at least if you're working off the right side of the Giants line, a favorable matchup that way to kind of get loose. So I think the line of scrimmage will be fascinating to watch there. And then I'm curious to see how much they use Daniel Jones as a runner. How much is that going to be a part for a team that lost Saquon? How much is his legs going to help make up for some of that? Raiders, Chargers. I'll be on the call for that one on the Chargers radio with our buddy Matt Money Smith. From the Chargers perspective, I was telling Money this the other day. This is my 7th year doing their games. This will be the least I feel like I know about the team coming into the game, which makes for a fun setup. I want to see what does the running back share look like. J.K. Dobbins, Big Gus Edwards. Who's going to get the lion's share of the carries? How much are they truly going to run the ball? I mean, everybody's talking about, Harbaugh line of scrimmage. Well, he hasn't had Justin Herbert before. So what does that look like? And then defensively, very creative there with Jesse Minter. I like everything that I've seen from him and his reputation. The Raiders, I think this defense is a top 5 defense in the NFL. And now you put Christian Wilkins next to Max Crosby. Watch out. So that's going to be a great, great challenge up front for the Chargers. And then on the other side, Minshew, is it going to be helter-skelter, wild, crazy, fun, business in front, party in the back, haircut, Gardner Minshew, or are we going to say we got a really good defense? Let's not turn the ball over. Let's not be stupid. If we got to keep the score down, we got to keep the score down. But I'm anxious to see if they tame that tiger with Gardner Minshew.
Yeah, so for me, when it comes to the Raiders is let's not talk about it, let's be about it. There's been a lot of conversation that has come out from the Raiders side about wanting to do it, why they went with AP. how they were going to get this team together, the things that he was doing. He has centers of influence that you can't even question. You can't question what Tom Coughlin has done in the league. You can't question really what Marvin Lewis has done. So those guys have influenced him in terms of as a leader. But now, full season on the job, what does this team look like and how do they perform? And how do they perform in a game where the other team wants a measure of revenge and redemption for how they play? Because basically AP got the staff fired. Brandon and company were all ushered out after that disappointing performance on Thursday night. I don't care what happens. The players that were holdovers, they remember that. So there's going to be a lot of emotion coming from the Chargers sideline. How did the Raiders handle that? And how does AP get his team ready to play?
Yeah, be interested to see too. Bosa, is he wearing a club? Is he not wearing a club? There was talk that he would have a club on, then video of him the other day at practice with no club. So that'll be something definitely to pay attention to. Broncos, Seahawks, Buck.
Oh, the Bo Nix experience. Sean Payton handpicked Bo Nix to be the quarterback of the future. And when you're Sean Payton and you're the quarterback whisperer / guru, and people are maybe questioning why you went with him, man, it's time to show and prove. Bo Nix was spectacular during the preseason, completed almost 80% of his passes. You want to see a continuation of that while knowing that they're going to do some different things in their base and nickel offensive packages to allow the young quarterback to settle in. But now this to me is about Bo Nix and Sean Payton being able to show off how good his young quarterback is.
I'll go to the Seahawks side of things. Ryan Grubb comes in as the new offensive coordinator. Kenneth Walker is ready for liftoff, man. I think he's going to have a monster year. And someone who can not only, to me, it's hard to find the guys that can bang and then hit home runs. Like, he is someone who can grind out tough yards. He can land those body blows, finish runs, but then also has the breakaway speed to hit some home runs. So I think he's due to bust out, have a monster year for the Seahawks. Bo Nix, obviously the headliner there in that one, though. Cowboys at Browns, the Tom Brady game. What are you looking for here?
Oh, man. Cowboys at Browns. Deshaun who? Deshaun what? I want to know which version of Deshaun Watson is going to show up. It's been 3 years since we've seen the Deshaun Watson that played at a Pro Bowl level. Will that player ever return to the dog pound? We can talk about the money, and the money has always been paid. He got his contract kind of ripped up and adjusted, so he got a bunch of cash that hit the account a few weeks ago. Now, if you're in Cleveland, you want to see, is the Pro Bowl player, the one that we thought was going to save the franchise, is he ever going to show up this week against the Cowboys? We get a chance to see if he ever can get back to the level that he once played at.
Yeah, and I'll go to the Cowboys side of things. How much is rhythm disrupted just with CeeDee Lamb missing as much time as he has? I think you see a motivated Dak. I'm anxious to see some of these young offensive linemen get their opportunities. What does that look like? Lots to keep an eye on there on the Cowboys side of things. I think defensively they'll be just fine. But that'll be a heavyweight matchup there. Two really talented rosters there with the Cowboys and the Browns. Commanders and Bucks.
Like we talk about all the young quarterbacks, we can talk about Jaden Daniels and those things. But to me, DJ, it's Dan Quinn. And the reason why is because a lot of coaches never get an opportunity to do the second time around. And so for Dan Quinn, what did he learn from his experience in Atlanta? What did he learn during his time as a defensive coordinator with the Cowboys before he jumps back in for his second head coaching job? How do you turn those losses into lessons? I want to see how he applies them and see if he can make the Washington franchise a really strong franchise because of all that experience that he's gone through.
I'm going to tell you, if you're a Commanders fan, I guarantee you this is your thought coming into this game. Jaden Daniels, I don't even think you're really nervous about how he's going to handle the moment. He's got a lot of football in his background, even though he's a rookie. But Buck, you look at it on paper, and especially the Bucks have some D linemen they can throw at you. I look at that offensive line. I mean, I might just cross all the fingers, Buck. I might just cross them all right here. Say, please keep this franchise quarterbacks. Let him survive out here, and let's put a game plan together that protects him with the play call as much as the players in front of him, because I have some serious doubts about the guys in front of him, whether they can keep him safe. So we're going to move the launch point a little bit. Don't let the Tampa Bay Bucks get a beat on where he's going to set up, because this is, again, it's not Adam Peters' fault at this point in time. They're very early in roster construction. They've solved some problems. They brought in a lot of vets, a lot of leaders, got the culture where they want to get it. but offensive line wise, they're ways away. So to me, that's going to be something I'm keeping an eye on. Can they just keep him out there?
Yeah, now can they keep him out there? Can they do it? What does Todd Bowles do for the young player? All of those things really, really matter. There are a lot of people I feel like are sleeping on this Tampa team.
Nobody talks about him.
Nobody talks about Baker Mayfield.
I've got friends in that organization to the point where I'm waiting to get some text messages of like, hey, I know they'll probably come. If they blow the doors off the Commanders, I'll be getting text messages from those buddies saying, you guys haven't talked about us the whole offseason.
Yeah, no, it's going to be some of that. And we know it. There's going to be a lot of conversation that comes out of there. No one believed in this. No one picked this. Be careful, DJ, when you're picking those picks. Be careful the graphic.
Oh, dude, I get hit a lot. There's a lot of screen grabs that go along there with that. Rams and Lions, what a great rematch.
Yeah, it's the rematch that I think everyone has been talking about. For me, it's about the Rams continue to go with this young player premise where they are developing young players. They're putting them on the field, and they have a few holdovers, a few veterans, but this is a young team that Sean McVay handpicked to develop and put out there. So what do these guys look like against a team that, I'll say this, some people are predicting the Lions are going to the Super Bowl? How do you handle yourself in a measuring stick game? How do the Rams measure up to the Lions as we're looking at their talent compared to a team that should be a heavyweight in the NFC?
Got a Lions team that needed to fix the secondary. They were aggressive in addressing it, free agency and the draft. Well, here's your first test. And Matthew Stafford coming back into the building with a healthy Cooper Kupp, with Puka Nacua, with a talented group of skill guys around him, and arguably the best play caller in the NFL. So let's see what that secondary looks like. Excited to see that matchup. I think it's an awesome game. Last one here. Let's get to the Monday Nighter. Just give us Aaron Rodgers for a full game. That's the first thing I'm looking at here. Jets at 49ers. That is my wish as he goes back to the Bay Area. You know that's going to be a special one for him. But, man, I just hope – let's just keep him out there. I want to see – I'm curious. I don't know what that's going to look like, but we need him to stay out there because I want to – it's going to be must-see TV.
It's going to be must-see TV. There's been a lot of drama that has really taken place on that side of the ball, on that side. You know, we've seen so many conversations about who's in, who's out. How's he doing it? Will he be ready? Will he be ready for the whole thing? I want to go on the other side because I feel like it's been a bit of a three-ring circus with the San Francisco 49ers. Players wanting contracts. Every marquee player that they had basically had their hand out after they went to the Super Bowl. Hey, give me my money. So CMC, Brandon Ayuk, Trent Williams, all those guys, now that you get them done within the week of the first game, how do you fold them into it? How do you keep the culture right? How do you keep the team right? I don't know if it's just as easy as like, hey, everybody go back to your normal spots. They haven't been around. So repairing those relationships and making sure the chemistry right, tough job for Kyle Shanahan.
Yep. That's going to be a fascinating game, though, man. Jets, 49ers. What an awesome weekend of football, plus a bunch of college football sprinkled in there. It's going to be a great weekend starting Thursday night. We get the Chiefs. We get the Ravens. I am so pumped, man. Cannot wait for this awesome weekend of football ahead. Anything else you want to add before we duck out of here, Buck?
No, man, first week, I would say this. Everyone pump the brakes. Don't overreact one way or the other.
Oh, that's not going to happen.
Something happens the first week.
That's a lost cause.
Trend. Just slow down. Be patient. Don't get too high or too low. I hate for you to run out of gas before we get to week 18.
That's a PSA that's not going to be heard. I can tell you that much. All right. Hope you guys have enjoyed this one. Again, we've got one more episode coming your way this week. We will also have five episodes starting next week.
I'm still his agent, trying to get him to Chelsea.
Bye.